can fix that later. Okay. Why stay creative? That, are you asking why that's on the screen? I say that at the end of every single video. Live on Sunday. Because we can. American culture creative thinking is banned. No. What? As problematic as the USA is, you guys have no idea how good you have it. Okay. Yes, there are bad things and there are good things, but I don't really want to discuss that in a live stream, and bringing it up when I've just started up live streaming is, yeah. It's more than a guideline than an actual rule.
You live in a democracy, not a dictatorship.
Anyway, you'll hear my fiance kick it every now and then. He's laughing at something and I'm worried about... He's laughing at some anime clip he's found. What are you laughing at? Do you want to tell the audience? Do you want to share with the rest of the casting?
Senko-chan?
I don't know what that is.
It's an anime about this businessman who is down on his luck, and this kitsune
Yes.
that looks like an 8-year-old child helps brighten up his day.
Right.
There's a white one, kitsune.
Right.
Don't know the relation to the orange one.
Okay.
But they're both about over 1,000 years old, roughly.
Right.
So the white one decides to say, "Show me what your heart truly desires."
Okay.
And the guy goes, "I want to snuggle with your tail, the fluffy foxtail."
No.
And now she's
No.
panicking.
No.
And she's like, "What? What?"
Isn't like the tails on Katsune like really sensitive? Or is
I think it's just more the fact that she is just paranoid, that she's never had anybody want to just snuggle with her tail before.
Okay.
It's absolutely funny because she's running all over the house and it's just like, "No, what the heck?"
Fair
And she
enough.
looks through the orange window, she's like, "Help me." She's like, "No."
Mm-hmm.
It's adorable.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad I got the context for your giggle. Okay, so I don't really have a list of rules, but I will say now that I want to keep politics out of the stream, and I think it's ridiculous that I haven't even been live streaming for 5 minutes yet, and I have to say that. So, yeah, please don't bring up politics in my live stream. Okay, so today, after that note, oh my gosh, we are going to draw Maddy as if she's gone to Disney World. I got this idea. I watched an episode of Disney's Hercules the other day, the world's first doctor, and I'm hoping to make a video about that episode eventually. Although, oh my gosh, that episode has like, how, let me think, there's 2 on-screen deaths. One is someone dying from a plague, and the other one because they were murdered on screen. Yeah. Disney! In this episode, Hades kills a guy. And he ends up in Tartarus. Oh, the chat is actually working. That's cool to know. Oof. Yeah, BabsCon is next week, and I'm getting a lot of updates from friends who are, they're either packing or they're already traveling, because some people are flying from Europe to BabsCon and stuff. I was hoping to be there this year, but I've got more important things that I need to focus on, so I won't be there this year. Won't be there next year either, but that's okay. That's fine. It's fine. Safe travels, everyone that's going to the convention. Okay, so I'm doing good today, I think. So, mad YouTube for me later. What? I don't understand your question. Maybe I should move that chat box up. It looks a bit weird. Let's move you up here. Well, some people have flown over and then they're like doing a road trip there with friends, so that's kind of cool. What's the most adrenaline inducing thing that happened in your life? Does abseiling count? I don't know. I think I would probably go with when I got my first tattoo. As being the most adrenaline inducing thing. It's one of the reasons why getting tattoos is so addictive. Oh, that's a good question. Spark Prisma is asking. It's a lot of the story behind that is very serendipitous because it led to me meeting my now fiance. But long story short, I basically met them because I was doing YouTube content and I was making reviews for animated movies, mostly Disney. That's what I started doing on my YouTube channel, and then like other animated shows and video games as well back in the day. And then I started doing MLP related content and discovered there was like other people that did the same kind of content, in fact some that did it exclusively. And the first one that I got in touch with or started watching was Digibrony, and then after that it was I can't remember which order, but Digibrony, by the way, is Digibro now. He has branched out. He hasn't really done MLP related stuff for a while, but he does fantastic analytical content on anime, and I highly recommend that you guys check it out. I don't know, I haven't watched his stuff for a long time. I don't know if he's still doing it, but hey, there you go. Then I believe I discovered Silver Quill first, and then it was Lightning Bliss and Dr. Wolf, but as I was commenting on their videos, the first one that actually replied was Dr. Wolf, and we got talking and stuff, and he was watching my content, and then I commented on the first episode, the very first episode of the TF2 project, and said, hey, it would be really cool if I could maybe join this project. It looks kind of fun, and I liked Team Fortress 2 at the time, and yeah. And the funny thing was that Dr. Wolf introduced me to Firebrand, or Josh Scorcher, and unbeknownst to me, I actually already watched his content. I just didn't know that Firebrand and Josh Scorcher were the same person. So that was fun. And I didn't realize until the day after that I was like, oh, I know your content, and I didn't realize yesterday, so I felt like a really dumbass. So, yeah. I tried to tell the short story, but it was basically that. Let me see. Ow. Let's see. I will start drawing in a minute. I like talking to you guys. Do you know what's going on this secret? I'm not in the secret rift, so no clue. I am not an MLP YouTuber. I make content that's to do with MLP, but that's not all I do. So, and that's not what I started out doing either. So, which is funny because I tweeted the other day, I am not an MLP YouTuber, but anyway, here is an MLP related video. So, yeah. And I really appreciate that people enjoy the TF2 analysis series. But it's not my project. I just do voices for it and contribute to script ideas. So, I really like that you guys enjoy it, but I want to focus on my own content. So if you guys do watch my content, then great, and if you don't, that's fine too. Just hanging out is cool, but there's only questions about the TF2 series I cannot answer because it's not my project. So if you want to find out more about it, I suggest to ask the people that actually make it. That would be Dr. Wolf and Josh Scorcher. It's their project, it's their baby, and obviously there's a lot of people that work on it, so yeah. Okay. How did I meet the love of my life? That's another thing you can blame Dr. Wolf for, technically, but although he wasn't the one that introduced us, I don't think we would have met if I hadn't started YouTube stuff, because I posted a comment on one of Dr. Wolf's videos and someone replied with, there are fan meetups for MLP. So I started to go to one, and then the people that were in that group introduced me to another friend who knew my now fiance, and we started chatting in Skype groups and stuff like that, and yeah, that's basically what happened. But I wouldn't have discovered that there was Brony meetups unless I watched Dr. Wolf's content and got the reply from that one person that said, hey, maybe you should look up in your area if there's any Brony meetups, and there was, so yeah. So my own content took a little dip for the last few years. I'm gonna find some music to play, 1 second. A lot of things happened in real life that kind of affected my output, but also it's amazing how going from one side of the planet to the other can really cause a delay in your creative outlet as well. So there's that. Oh, can I not adjust the volume until I actually start playing that? That's stupid. That's a little bit too chilled out. This is not what I asked for. Let's go for techno. Let's try that. Oh, that's better. That's much better. Okay. Yes, I saw the trailer for Kingdom Hearts 4, and although I don't really play the games, I do appreciate it because it's one of the very few things that still has Hades in it, and by the looks of things, the trailer hinted that Hades is going to be in Kingdom Hearts 4, and possibly, I'm probably assuming a lot here, but I think he's going to be in it a lot more if they're going to really, you know, even though just a little blue flame appeared and his voice, his Japanese voice anyway, was featured there, I'm like, okay, I'm kind of excited about that. Well, the TF5 Analepsis Anorgi was written by Voice of Reason and Jasper. But again, that's on another channel. So I'm just gonna start drawing stuff. Let's see. Reference material. Maddy stuff. Oh, I better take this off. Oops. Okay. There we go. Okay. Please let me know if the music's too loud or if I'm too quiet. It's difficult to get the balance right, because it's at a different volume for me than it is for you guys, so that's as loud as I prefer to have it. Yes, I have heard Katie Patterson's impression of Mary Sue. Right, I don't need that there. Let's delete that. How do you find inspiration for your art? I don't think that's something that necessarily has an answer to the how, but because inspiration, it's kind of, it's fluidic, because it can hit you at any point. You can't really control when or where it happens. But if you're
stop them, so I'm trying to lean it back.
just,
So.
just turn and then you're just. Sorry, guys. 1 second. You just turn around and you're just kind of starfish leaning back in your chair, and I'm like, what the heck? Antihistamine, my love. Here's nasal sprays. Sleep.
I'm about to do that.
Go lie down. You're not a dog. I shouldn't talk to you like that. Sorry.
Get a bed!
Maybe you should go and have a nap.
I'll probably sleep for 8 hours. I'll try to.
Yeah.
It's so nice.
That's why sorry, to add context to that statement, my fiance doesn't wear slippers and he was rubbing his bare feet on the carpet. And the reason why he said it feels so nice is because I went over the office carpet with a lint scraper and vacuumed it before and after I did that. So now the carpet is kind of lifted in areas, so it feels really nice on bare feet.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
This is why I don't wear slippers. It feels nice.
It does feel nice, but I don't understand why you don't wear slippers when you have slippers.
I really
Weirdo.
want to go out into the kitchen. What? Carpet?
What?
Don't need slippers for carpet. No.
What? You don't put carpet in the kitchen. What?
I didn't say put carpet.
Are
in
you
the
wearing a
kitchen.
headset? I can't really hear properly.
I said I wear slippers when I go into the kitchen.
Yes.
But me to wear slippers when I'm on carpet? No. No. Yeah.
Yes, it's soft. No, I did my bike run earlier today, then I did the vacuuming and was on my hands and knees with the lint scraper over the carpet. I didn't even get very much further than where your feet are. So, I haven't done my side with the lint scraper properly yet, but I don't think I really need to over here, but yeah. Anyway, okay. Supposed to be live streaming and drawing and talking to you guys. Alright. What am I doing for Easter? Just seeing family. What?
And I'm big distraction.
Huh?
And I'm the big distraction.
Yes, you are. Oh, they're saying to wear socks, then rub the carpet with your feet while wearing socks and then touch your ear.
No. Doesn't really work anyway on
No,
yourself.
they mean to touch someone else's ear.
Oh, yeah,
Not your
that one.
ear. Someone else's. Static. Yes, I know about Freakazoid, the cartoon.
I was there when it was written.
No, I watched it when it was new, so yeah. Oh hey, you know what? I need my mannequin for this pose. Luckily, I keep the mannequins in a box. Oh, she's lost a hand. Where has her hand gone? You have lost a hand. Where has your hand gone? There it is. Okay. I need a bigger box for these things. Alright. limericks. How did I discover it? Like I said, I watched it when it was new, and back then we didn't really have internet, and there was only maybe 4 channels. So in the mornings, 2 of the channels would play cartoons, and then they would play them in the afternoon as well. So that's, that was when we watched cartoons. Between 3 o'clock in the afternoon and 6 was when the cartoons usually aired.
Yep.
Or in the morning from 6 a.m. till 8. But surprisingly enough, yeah, I discovered Freakazoid by watching TV.
That's the only place where we could have found it.
Okay, I need to look at this thing again. Yeah, alright. So she is holding it with this hand.
I remember before the dish, the cable, and you had 4 channels, and if the president was on, well, you all got to watch the president 4 different channels.
Okay, so I'm going to delete that layer because I was trying to draw it without an actual reference. So right. Some of you will recognize what I'm drawing once we get going properly. Besides Haunter, is there any other Pokemon that you would say is one of your favorites? My fiance is looking at me, and I'm like, okay, because I choose life, I'm going to say Mew.
Well, of course, he's Space Cat.
Because he's Space Cat.
Especially that one comic I sent you.
Yeah.
With Mewtwo.
Yeah, that was cute.
And Mew is such a goofball that he would do it.
Yeah. Hey, Frost. How is America treating me this far? Well, up until today it was doing okay, but we had like 5 people drive out in front of us.
Yep.
I thought that we just went to Walmart and back, and we had 5 people like cut us off or pull out in front of us when they really shouldn't have. And I asked my fiance, hey, do we have our cloaking device activated or something? I mean, it was funny the first 2 times, but then after once it started happening over and over again, it was like, this is just dangerous.
The first 2 times we had plenty of room.
Yeah, we had plenty of room, and then the final time was like,
That
was pretty scary. That was close.
I slammed on brakes.
Yeah, we had to do an emergency.
I slammed on brakes, and there was only about 10 foot between us when he cleared.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, if I didn't slam on brakes when I did, we might be,
in a different situation.
yeah, I'd probably be talking to a cop right now. Yeah, this idiot pulled out in front of me.
Yep.
Well, how do we know you were speeding? Well, how did you know that he just didn't pull out in front of me?
we're just laying out the doodle right now, but some of you will know what I'm drawing in a moment. Going for a nap?
Yep.
Alright.
Looks like Maddy's sipping on a slushy.
Yeah.
Ha! We'll get one of those tomorrow.
Oh, a slushy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She hasn't ever had one.
I have
yet.
never had a slushy. We were at a family member's house and we were just talking random stuff, and then for some reason they started talking about slushies, and I said, okay, what's a slushy? And they said, we're going to get some slushies at some point so you can try one. So I was like, okay, so is a slushy like a smoothie? And there was obviously no, because a slushy, as the name implies, it's ice.
Yes.
So yeah, I've never had a slushy before. I mean, I'm from the UK and they do have slushies there, but in my mind, like it's never warm enough in the UK to justify or warrant getting a slushy. So, and they're not called slushies where I'm from. I'm sure they're called something else, but I'm not really a fan of sweet stuff if I can help it. So, yeah, I'll have smoothies now and then. Ah! No, that doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel safe. That like the chair actually went like that. That feels weird. We've had ice cream and stuff.
First of all, Frost, it's been winter. Yes, it's been...
I mean, it's warm for me here, but it's not, like, it's...
Doesn't exactly warrant one just yet.
Not yet.
But tomorrow, yeah, I think it warrants one. That and pollen's really bad right now.
The pollen count is really high right now, and we're both suffering for it.
Yeah.
So.
I have had iced coffees on cold days. I eat ice cream when it snowed outside. And I was outside eating ice cream.
That's just weird.
No, that's just giving me a massive brain freeze.
Mm-hmm.
Though my hands were laughing, and as well as everything else that was frozen. So, to be fair, I had to let my brain get involved.
Mm-hmm.
Clottage.
Hmm? Clotted cream?
Never heard of it. Oh, did you also tell him?
Huh? Oh, yeah! My hair is blue again! Hooray!
Yep.
It's been purple for the longest time, and now it's blue again. And I'm talking like electric blue, like cobalt blue.
Like,
so,
Maddy's almost kind of blue in certain areas.
yeah, but I got my hair blue before I made Maddy's hair blue.
Yeah.
So, as Maddy used to be a brunette.
Yep.
And back in the day, she was blonde at one point.
Never seen that picture.
No, and no one ever will. It looked awful.
Never
I am a blueberry muffin. I am a blueberry, yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank God our bed linens is blue.
Yeah, but that's the bad thing about getting like crazy, not the brand crazy color, but like crazy as in figuratively speaking crazy colored hair, is that the color rubs off sometimes, especially blue. It can stain fabric or your skin, so you have to be really careful, like with your towels and your pillows, and if you wear, like, my neck is blue and my ears are still blue, so I mean it will come off eventually. It just takes a while because it hasn't been washed since I colored it yet, so yeah. Okay, so
Blonde Maddy, yes.
well, I was blonde for a while. I was blonde in 2019. Then I grew it out and I dyed it kind of purple, which I liked. I liked the purple. I've been like every single color under the sun. Like especially when I was at college, I would have different hair color every month. I would change it. But my favorite color to be is blue. I love being blue, but the maintenance of having blue hair is ridiculous. But luckily, I enjoy it, so it's fine. But some people just no, it's not. They just can't keep it up. So, and the problem is sometimes, in my experience, like sometimes, accidents can happen when you bleach your hair. So it's if you want blue hair, you have to bleach your hair first, and that can go wrong, as it has for me in the past more than once. So, what? Maddy turning blue, didn't we warn you not to eat the Wonka gum? Did you learn nothing from the movie?
You kind of walked into that one, huh?
Kind of, yeah, a little bit. Now I'm thinking, well, I mean, I love both movies, but for very different reasons.
I say if he keeps making more corny jokes, he should be turned into a blue.
Well, we're not doing a Doodle Request stream, so you can't like throw a donation at my face and say, draw Frost covered in gravy or something, because we're drawing Maddy today. So, I've had black hair before. Black is not something I recommend. Black can really ruin your hair, in my experience, and it just makes it really dry and really brittle. So I was black once, never again, because it took forever for that to come out.
I was just gonna say, you don't want to have black hair in the South because it's gonna get hot.
That, yeah, and yeah.
Well, Maddy's blue. If she was green, she would die.
I have had green hair before.
Oh no! Ah! You don't get the song, do you?
What?
Eiffel 65. I'm blue. If I was green, I would die.
Oh.
I love you.
Do that again. Nah.
No, you didn't. You didn't win the last donation stream because I was the last one to donate with the gravy frost. Unless she had one while I wasn't here.
Alright.
About to have a nap.
Yep. Was it hard for you to say those lines from the TF2 April Fool's video, Miss Maddy? Funny story about that. Maddy's not speaking speaking gibberish in that video. She is speaking Doric, which is what I speak when I'm back home in Scotland. So the only one that was technically speaking normal, quote unquote, as in normal for me anyway, was Maddy. There will be a commentary video for that episode coming out very soon, hopefully. It's just taking a lot to edit down because most of the video was just all of us just laughing. So there's a lot to edit down. I mean, there's over about an hour's worth of audio with about 7 or 8 people in it, which can be quite problematic to edit, but really fun to listen to. So, yeah. Hey, you know what? Let's do that instead, because it's still just doodling. Okay, so make this straight. Is Kit watching a video, keep hearing audio? You're hearing music in the background, and you might hear noises in the background of other people moving around, but
Yes.
you shouldn't hear another video playing.
What?
Unless it's something you've got playing in the background yourself somewhere. They're saying one person is saying they're hearing another video, and I'm like, well, you'll hear music. If I turn the music up, they'll hear it.
Oh, Monday donation stream. So yeah, that's right. You did have that.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll get you back, Frost. You weird.
That sounds like a threat.
No, it's a promise.
A very threatening promise. Or a promising threat. One of the two. Either way, Frost is doomed.
I think this time he'll be in between some green beans and corn.
Okay.
Hey, you're getting donations for this, okay?
Which are going to charity.
Yes.
So
That's for a good cause.
yeah.
So Frost, get him the dinner plate.
Go to bed.
Get him
Go to bed. Oh, that's better. Yeah, I like that. Okay. What are you doing?
Get him a trigger out.
Okay.
Even though technically this is your phone's charger, I'm wondering if it will charge mine. We shall see. Good night. Have you?
Well, there's charger cables on my side of the bed. You can use that, unless that's what you've got there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well,
No,
same
I
thing.
mean the one that I use.
No.
No. Okay, so go to my side of the bed, and there's a USB thing plugged in. You can use that if you want.
No, that's the same thing. but this came with your phone.
Well, why
What?
don't I have that cable?
I don't know why. I thought I was like going, okay, it's fully charged. Here's that. Okay, here's your phone, and then it's like I've been waiting for you to come up and be like, hey, my phone needs charging.
No, because
like,
I have other cables that I can use, so
Yes.
it's fine. But still, if that's the cable that came with my phone, it's my cable.
I bought
So it's still mine.
I know.
I love you too, but sometimes it's really hard.
You make this really difficult to love you. Yes, I will make it an Olympic sport. She's going for the goal.
Alright. I have missed a lot of messages on Skype today. Okay, let me check. All right. Oh wait, that's the wrong chat. Ah, no. There. How dare you turn up late? How dare you? I expect you all to arrive on time. Right when the stream starts, even though I don't announce it until I'm actually live because I don't have a streaming schedule. I just go live whenever I feel like it. But how dare you turn up late? You should know when I start a live stream. Come on. I'm kidding. Okay. Oh my gosh. I lost my reference. Where did it go? Oh no. There. Right. Joey. I was early. No. You arrived precisely when you meant to. Hey Voice, how you doing? We've been getting some questions about the Tier 5 April Fool's video. People are still really love it, so and I was like, hey, maybe you should actually talk to the people that wrote it and made it. I just did a voice for it, and people are still asking me how I got on with recording the gibberish, and I'm like, hey, you know, that wasn't gibberish that Maddy was saying, it was Doric. That's how I speak when I'm back home. Yeah, the commentary will be coming out. I told them about that too, but it's just taking a while to edit because most of it is just all of us just laughing at stuff. You know, that cup is squint. Let's straighten it up a little bit. Let's make it more straight. Anyone guess what I'm drawing yet? Maybe if I do this, it might make people realize what I'm doing. Okay. Why does it take me so long to draw anything? Okay. Well, yeah, she is drinking a Slurpee, but this is... Thank you, Joey. This is why we're friends. Joey understands. See? We're just correcting things now, just making sure everything's right. Well, not right, but just about a layout for developing it further. I am well, Maddy is drinking Hercules. I'm not. Maddy is. Let's segregate the character from the real person, please. But yeah, she is drinking Hercules. And I can draw her like this with her hair like that because I am not drawing her wearing her hat. She will be wearing something else, which you will see in a moment. I don't plan on adding wings and horns, but you'll see what I'm going to add. Hopefully it will work because her hair is so damn big. Scarheart76, thank you so much for your donation of $20. Any and all donations they will be given to charity. So thank you so much for your support. hair, I've made it a little bit too big. That looks a little bit like Mary's hair, a little bit, but that's okay. It's fine. It's all good. Let's bring this here. Once I add the mess of hair, it will look more like Maddy. Okay, so next up is adding what she's wearing, because she's currently nude, so I saw this really cute Mickey Mouse ears on Etsy that were Hades themed. I don't know if they're official or not. Like if someone took the official Hades Mickey Mouse ears and made them better, I don't know. But it's basically well, I'll just draw it and you'll see. I have never been to a Disney park and I've always wanted to, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, sadly, but it's something I would like to do one day. So I had to draw the hair first because adding the ears is going to make things a little bit problematic in regards to how her fringe is going to sit, but I'll figure it out. See how one of the ears is going to be hidden by her fringe, so I need to change that. I'm basically drawing the outfit that I would wear if I went to Disney World. If I'm able to get the shirt that I'm going to draw her wearing, which is from, there's a shirt that's featured in the episode from the Hercules TV series called The First Doctor. And in that episode, the Pain and Panic are giving basically a presentation to Hades about telling him about how the business is doing, and Pain holds up a shirt that says "I'm with the dead guy" and has an arrow pointing, and I'm like, I need that shirt. And since I tweeted that out, I've been getting spam from all these companies that make shirts, and I wish I took screenshots of them showing the really pathetic doctored job that they did with making the shirt. I'm like, I could do a better job, and I'm not even a qualified graphic designer, so I'm like, and I mean, it was so bad that I could do a better job. I don't mean that I'm amazing at making shirts or anything. I'm definitely not, but I'm just saying I could have done a better job. So this is why I'm trying that today. So the shirt kind of hangs off the shoulders, so it's more like this kind of thing. So it's like those shirts that have the sleeves cut on the shoulders. I had a shirt like that for a while. I think I've still got it somewhere. That was a really comfy shirt. That's not how you elbow. That's not how you elbow either. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with me today? Okay. Change it later. Chris, hello. How's traveling going? Have you arrived safe, I'm assuming? I'm assuming so. Let's have her like this and the We do have a quiz. Do I have a favorite Marvel superhero or villain? If it's Marvel, oh gosh, you have to go with Thanos. Who else could it be? Thanos is an amazing villain. Traveling has been... you almost got late to both transfer flights. Yeah, I know the feeling. Would you go to Disneyland or Disney World? I'd like to go to Disneyland because, well, there's more history with Disneyland because it's the first one. Disney World has the nicer castle, but for me, I would rather go to Disneyland for the history, although it's yeah, more travel, but I don't know. I really think I would just prefer. I don't think I would mind which one, actually. I don't think I would care. Okay, I've screwed up this arm, but it's fine. I can live with it for now. She looks cute. I like it. No, I'm probably getting the two mixed up. Disneyland is the first park that's in California, whereas Disney World is in Florida. And then there's Disneyland Paris, which is obviously in France, and then there's Disneyland Tokyo, and then there's Epcot, and there's so many, and I'm like, which one do I want to go to? And I want to go to Disneyland because it was the first one. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, you were in a pool. Oh, that's awesome. That's one thing that I love about America is that they're able to have outdoor pools, and you're able to have one at your house. That is so cool. Like, you can have that in the UK, but we don't have the weather to justify having an outdoor pool. So if anyone has a pool, it's usually an indoor one, which just isn't really all that great. And I think in memory, I've only ever been to one house that's had a pool at the actual house, and that was in America. Anywhere else that I went to in the UK that was a house that had a pool, I didn't go and see it because I really didn't care. So I'm like, an indoor pool, what's the point? If she's probably waiting for, she's either in line to go and see the Haunted Mansion. Okay, so now, you know what, I need to type it in the actual font. I have the Disney Hercules font. How cool is that? That's the font I used in, like, the Stay Creative text that you're seeing on screen, and the chat to me, and all the text for all my social media stuff. That's the Disney Hercules font. It's called Disney Heroic. And I don't know if it's official or what, but it's my favorite font right now. Yeah, I'm that much of a nerd. I have favorite fonts. How pathetic is that? Well, it's not pathetic. It's just, yeah. I'm with the dead guy. Okay, so I'm gonna make this bigger. No, I'm not. Come on, make this bigger. So this is probably, I'm predicting that it's going to take a few attempts to get this right, so. But because I've made it in its own little layer, I can change it, I can like distort it if I hold, wow, that's a bit too much. If I do this. Let's move you over. That's better. Okay, then make that smaller. You can do that if you hold down the control key and then use the transform like controls. You can distort it and skew it however you want, which is fun. Okay. How is Maddy and why is she always looking fabulous in photos? Ah, shut up. No, I'm just trying to look after myself better. I'm trying to eat better and I'm trying to exercise more. I try to do a bike run every day before I sit down to do art. So like, I'll get up, have a coffee, have some breakfast, sit and watch YouTube, or I started watching stuff on Hulu, so I made my way through Golden Girls. I started watching Golden Palace, stopped watching it after Dorothy was in it because I know she's not going to be in it again, so I'm like, not bothered about that show. Then I started watching I Love Lucy yesterday, which I've always wanted to watch and love it already. So there's a lot of episodes that aren't on Hulu, and I'm guessing that's because they weren't appropriate for today's audience, and that's perfectly fine. But the episodes I've seen so far, absolutely fantastic, so damn funny. So, gonna make my way through that. Yeah. So after that, then after I've had breakfast and stuff, then I'll go and do a bike run, and then I'll start the video editing or artwork or whatever I've got planned for that day. So it's kind of a rule that I don't start making art or doing videos unless I've done a bike run. And I'll try and do that every day if I can. At least one day off a week. This week it was Friday because I was doing my hair that day, and for reasons I won't go into, I had to colour it twice. So, oh, screw it, I'll just tell you that basically the bleaching process was screwed up, and I ended up with really dirty, green, patchy hair, so I had to colour it again. Yeah. What did I say earlier? Having crazy coloured hair has its perks, but it also has its downside. The maintenance of it and actually the process of getting it done can be quite problematic. Why did I do that? You know what? No, I'm not. So you actually crossed over with I know I've drawn this crazy big, but I will change it with I don't think I'm even going to get the H on the shirt, but that's fine, we can move it with I don't want it to look exactly like the font, and yeah, some people are like, hey, you could just like move the text and distort it to fit the shirt. I would do that, but you know, sometimes just drawing things by hand can give things its own charm. So, I mean, even my logo is hand drawn, so yeah. what did I call it? Deliberately imperfect. I'm with... You know what, let's draw the text over here and then I can just make it smaller when I need to. I'm with the... I'm with the... There we go. The... Well, I've had green hair before. There's nothing wrong with green hair if you're getting green hair deliberately, but this, when it was green, when I was trying to get it to blue, I don't mean it was green all over. I mean it was like green in patches. Like some areas was blue, other areas was green, and I mean olive green, a really ugly, horrible green. So I had to fix it quite big. Gareth Alford, thank you for your donation of 99 pence. Thank you very much. Highly appreciated. Okay. And thank you for the ice cream. I'm with the... Hey, I need to move that over. I haven't given myself enough space with the... You know, and you could duplicate the letters that you've drawn before, but again, there's just something charming about just doing things by hand. So I'm with the dead. And so you guys know also, I can't remember if I posted it on Instagram or not, but I'm wearing a Bob Ross shirt and it says, no mistakes, only happy accidents. And I've always wanted a Bob Ross shirt and now I have one. So I'm like, yes, all is right with the world because I have a Bob Ross shirt. It's the little things in life. My favorite flavor of ice cream is salted caramel. Salted caramel is my favorite flavor of chocolate and ice cream or candy. I love salted caramel stuff. So, yeah. I mean, there's salted caramel Twix bars, right? That I love, but they don't sell them that often, or if they do, they go quick. So when, like, not the last time but the time before, we went to Walmart, they had a whole bunch of them in a box and they were going for cheap, so we just bought all of them. We bought the whole box. We're like, yeah, we're just gonna have all of these and no one else can have them. Okay, so I can make this smaller now. I'm with the dead guy. Oh, I forgot the explanation point, even. Ah, How? Well, I can just add that here. That's fine. What does the exclamation point look like? Ah, okay. That'll do. Mary is the embodiment of spontaneous creativity. She started off as a joke and then developed into her what she is now. So, which is basically Maddy's flaw. Just someone for Maddy to fight against, but I mean, Maddy serves as Mary's flaw too, so yeah. Ice cream for Maddy. Yes, ice cream. I love ice cream. I try not to have it too often because I can't eat a lot of it, otherwise I'll get fat. So, and I've been working hard to lose weight. So, yeah, because I put on like 2 stone, which is about. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's almost 30 pounds, and I'm like, I need to lose that. So, it doesn't sound like a lot to some people, but for me, it certainly is. So, yeah. I'm with the dead guy. Let's change that a little bit. Oh, that's better. Yes, okay. I'm with the dead guy. She looks so innocent. So cute. Maddy is very cute. Okay, let's draw the arrow here. What's the worst food? What is the worst food I have ever eaten? I like trying new things. I can't really think of what the worst thing I've ever eaten is, but I know what I will not eat, and that would be, you know what, that shape of that arrow doesn't actually work for the shirt. It makes it look like it's going the wrong way, so I'm going to change the arrow so that the tail is actually pointing this way instead. That works. I'm with the dead guy. I'm used to driving, I don't drive, but I'm used to the roads being driving on the right instead of the left. What I'm not used to is dumb drivers pulling stupid maneuvers, especially at the weekends. It seems that all the stupid people come out on Sundays. Like, we had 5 people like drive out in front of us today, and one of them, when we had to slam our brakes, we were barely 10 feet away from them. So luckily we weren't speeding, because if we were, we might have hit them. So yeah. Okay, so, and she's got her little Mickey Mouse ears, and yes, they are Haley's Mickey Mouse ears, or they will be. Let's see, I need to bring them up again. Okay, so the Mickey Mouse ears, there's a bow on there. It goes up here. Yeah, Maddy's wearing a bow. She doesn't usually wear stuff like this, but hey, she's in. So this is what she would wear if she was in Disneyland, so yeah. And I'm going to bring the fringe up here a bit, so. So the hair is even further up than it usually is. Yeah, worst food. I hate anything with mushrooms in it. I hate mushrooms with a passion. Mushrooms are of the devil. I hate them. They're gross, they're slimy, and they're just, ugh. I don't like them. Gross. Why do we eat them? They're literally fungus. No. Gross. Lamb stomach and haggis. You know that haggis, there's different kinds of haggis, and when you say lamb stomach and haggis is lamb. Like the traditional haggis, it is like cooked in like the in the traditional sense. It used to be cooked inside the sheep stomach. It's not cooked like that now. It's done differently. But I mean, you get lamb haggis, beef haggis, pork haggis, vegan haggis. You get different kinds. Haggis, it's basically, you know, when you're making a Thanksgiving dinner and you've got stuffing you put inside the turkey. Haggis is basically stuffing. That's basically what it is. It's like a spicy stuffing. It's really yummy if you like that kind of thing, but if you don't, then fine. Napes and tatties. Tatties are potatoes and napes are parsnips, if I think I'm right about that. When you say you've tried haggis, you've probably tried the traditional haggis, which is the lamb haggis, which is ironically the only thing with lamb in it that I like. But it's not literal lamb. There's like, it's difficult to explain it. I mean, I don't cook, so it's difficult to explain exactly what haggis is. I'm very tempted to draw her with her hair up. I've never drawn that before, but I don't think I will. So it'll just take too long. That doesn't work. That's not right. Her hair does not do that. Maddy's hair is like a speech bubble in shape, so... Okay, so... Yeah, okay. I've got it. And then there's little... I feel like the ears should be massive. Like, huge. Like, almost too big for her head. How is the new drawing screen? I love it. I am using a Wacom Cintiq 22 drawing tablet monitor and I absolutely love it. I've always kind of... I do miss my UG 2150 drawing tablet monitor, admittedly, but purely because Wacom is the Sony of drawing tablets, right? And aesthetically speaking, they look amazing and they're very robust and stuff and very, like, they are made to look nice and they work great, but there are other brands that do just as good tablets, they just don't look as aesthetically pleasing, but they do the same job. So you're not paying the price tag. Like the UG 2150 drawing tablet monitor, which is the same size as this one, I think if memory serves it was around $700. No, it wasn't. It was $900, which was around £700. But for this one, the Wacom Cintiq 22 was, including shipping, was $1,200. I mean, you can get a decent PC for that price, you know. So, well, depends what you need to use the PC for, but yes, it's an investment, I do have a Wacom Intuos and a Wacom Intuos Pro as well, and one other tablet as well. So there's like, I have plenty of tablets to keep me going. So it's always good to have spares if you need them. So, I mean, and a Wacom Intuos, they're not all that expensive either. So, Wacom Intuos Pro about $300 maybe, but you can get the Wacom Intuos, sorry, is about $300, and then the Wacom Intuos Pro is anything depending on what size you get, anything between $80 to $200 maybe. I don't particularly like how Wacom make their styluses. I don't like how lightweight they are, but they're shaped great. I just don't like the weight of them. I would like something to be a bit heavier, but I mean, you can add things to the pens to make them heavier, but I think it's purely because I used a stylus that took its own battery for so long that my muscle memory got used to the weight of the battery inside the pen, whereas now the pens are charged by being close to the tablet they're using. They don't lose their charge unless you keep them away from the tablet. So Maddy, the interesting thing is that Maddy is an adult, right? She is an adult through and through, but physically speaking, she has the body of a child. Like she's as small as a child, and could probably be mistaken for one. And the reason why she's like that is because when I was growing up, I still am. I'm only 5'1". But as I was growing up, even right into my teenage years, people always thought I was younger than I actually was. But I am a very baby-faced person, so people aren't going to think I'm 35 now. But, like, when I was a kid, even when I was 8 years old, people thought I was as young as 4, because I was so short. And it was something that I struggled with a lot, because some people talk down to children, which I hate. So they talk to you like you're stupid or naive, and they oversimplify things because they think you can't understand them. And that happened a lot when I was a kid, and still does to a point, to be honest with you, but that's not because of a height or anything, that's for other reasons. But it happened a lot as a kid, so I'm like, I think having a character that also struggles with that, you know, maybe she is mistaken for a child, you know, maybe not, you don't know, but that's one of the reasons why she's the height that she is. But another reason is because she is a Dooney, she is a Fae, so she will be shorter than expected, but proportionally speaking and physically speaking, she's not built like a traditional female character, animated or not. Like most art of female characters, they're physically, like, there's certain assets that are very obvious, whereas I try not to do that with Maddy. So basically I'm trying to say that I don't overemphasize the fact that she doesn't have big boobs, basically. She has them, but they're not as obvious. So, I mean, she doesn't wear clothes that, she's not a girly girl. She wears loose shirts, or she'll wear sweaters or whatever. It's very rare. I think I've only drawn her in a dress once. So, she's not that kind of person. She wouldn't really want to wear that kind of stuff. It's not that she wouldn't feel confident in something like that. She just wouldn't. I just don't. If she was to go to a formal event, I would like to think that Maddy would prefer to wear a suit than a dress. Alright, so how is she looking? That hair is crazy big and might be a bit too big. So the writing's going to be a bit backwards for a while, but I need to flip the image, so it's just to see if everything's balanced, and also it helps to do this where, yeah, that just looks awful. Okay, so what I'm going to do is bring this down. It takes me forever to draw anything. It's so frustrating. The headpiece isn't right, so what I'm going to do is I need to do what I should have done and look up reference of people actually wearing Mickey Mouse ears. Wearing. I dread to think what I'm going to find. That's not too bad. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too far off. It's just I've drawn them a bit too far apart. No, I haven't. I've drawn them close together. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. Okay, so what I think I will do is, well, make a new, I did make a new layer, so why did it not, okay, whatever. I'm going to correct the placement of the headband first. So, then this. Let's just draw the basic headband first. And then add the detail later. So we're drawing the bow first and then the ears behind it. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? It's not cheating, it's saving time. Shut up. Okay, so get rid of all this crap here. world has always been insane. We're just more aware of it because of social media. The world has always been insane. I would love a pair of Mickey Mouse ears, Hades themed. That would be awesome. I mean, I would wear that on a normal day as a hairband. I totally would. Why not, huh? Why not? Just do it. You would wear something that you like and someone else sees it and they get a certain expression on their face, like, you know, you can always read, like, you think this looks stupid, or like they might look at it and they'll get that expression and you're like, you know. And it's like, yeah, that's my kind of person right there. I want to go talk to them. Like, one of my closest friends, I only started talking to her because she wore a Pokemon shirt, and I was like, hey, you seem like my kind of person. And this was within the environment of a biscuit factory that we worked at. So I was like, hey, I like your shirt. And then that was it. We've been still friends now. So just goes to show you. So if I go around wearing like Hades ears, like Mickey Mouse ears, I wonder what conversations that will open up, you know? Mickey Mouse ears on fire. No, they actually do have Hades themed Mickey Mouse ears. And I will show you what that will look like. So, okay, I fixed this. Alright, so let's merge this down. Alright, so this is together now. So I kind of got ahead of myself here by adding some detail down here, but that's okay. It's fine. So I will show you. I think it's important to just not be ashamed for what you like. And if it makes you happy, if wearing something really stupid like a Bob Ross shirt or Mickey Mouse ears that are Hades themed, whatever, if it makes you happy, then do it, you know? You're not gonna hurt anybody, so why not? And that's one of the things I love about America, is that they're not as reserved as British people are. So, I mean, you go around wearing a Bob Ross shirt with rainbow dye and blue hair and black hat and like heavy, not heavy, but like colourful makeup and stuff like I do. In the UK, you would get stared at, but in the US, people don't care. In fact, if anything, people say, hey, I like your dress, or I like your shirt, whatever. And I love that. You don't really get that in the UK. Or if you do, you usually only get it if you're at a convention or something, where people, like, the ice is already broken because you know you're around people that are there for the same reason you are, because they're a nerd and they like the same thing you do more often than not. But if you're just out in public, that's a different thing altogether. So like the culture difference between the US and the UK is quite high, and I would say the biggest difference is that for Brits anyway, the stiff upper lip approach to life is very apparent. Whereas in the US, it's not, you know. It's very much, you wear everything on your sleeve. You don't hide anything. Okay, that gets some people into trouble, but at least you're not going the other extreme by hiding it all, like the British culture encourages you to do. I mean, it's getting better now, but I mean, even having tattoos was like really, like, that's only something you have if you're in the Navy or if you've been in prison. And then nowadays tattoos are far more mainstream, and in some people's opinion too mainstream. Like, my tattoo artist thinks tattoos are too mainstream now, but this is someone that's worked in the tattoo industry for almost 30 years, so he knows his stuff. He's seen it go from this niche market to suddenly it's accepted everywhere, which in some cases it's great, but in other cases it's not, because I'm sure he'll have some stories of some people asking for really generic tattoos that he just hates doing, which is kind of sad, but eh. Anyway, I went off on a tangent there, and I'm supposed to be drawing stuff, so so let's get going. So you would have on Hades' chitin, he has a little skull, which kind of looks like an angry mushroom, and I actually have a pin that's that shape. Well, this one's just, it's more like this really, but it's actually more like that. It kind of looks like something out of a Super Mario game, but yeah, I've drawn that wrong, but it's kind of it should be rounded at the top. That's better. Yeah, that's better. It looked a bit too much like a mushroom. There we go. Why I hate Alicorn OC's video. That video was made in 2013 and people are still commenting on it. It's crazy. Oh my gosh, it's almost 10 years old. Oh my gosh. Tattooed people were in sideshows at one point. Tattooed people that were tattooed from head to toe were in sideshows. Yeah. Okay, so then the headband comes down like that, so the bow would rest on the band, so it'd be like this kind of thing. There we go. It looks like an angry cupcake. Yes. Hades wears an angry cupcake. can't be unseen. Yeah, I have the skull pin. I have it, but now I'm going to forever call it the angry cupcake. Brilliant. I'm just embracing the fangirl. I'm like, there's no point in hiding it now. People know. People know enough. They know. So this needs to be a bit further out, but it's difficult to get things to look right because it's at an angle, she's at a 3/4 angle, and yeah, I haven't drawn the fire, but you'll get the idea. there. That's what the Mickey Mouse series will look like. Will look like? That's what they do look like. English! Jeez. I've drawn the hair wrong again. That's not what we agreed on! This is what we're doing. Okay. Because I decided that having the hair up here was a bit too far, so I'm going to do this. This is why it takes me so long to draw anything, because I change things and then, yeah, it's frustrating. It's not I have a soft spot for James Woods, I have a soft spot for the characters James Woods has played. James Woods as a person is not the nicest person on the planet, but I admire his acting prowess. He is an Oscar nominated actor. He never won an Oscar, but he has been nominated, so that's kind of special. He was nominated for Salvador, I believe. Salvador is an amazing movie about the Salvador War. He played a photographer, a journalist photographer who had to basically infiltrate Salvador to take pictures, and the things that these photographers had to do in order to not be captured, because if these photographers were captured taking photographs of anything through the Salvador War, they would be executed on sight, even if they had any kind of camera equipment. This was in the days where everything was analog, like no digital stuff, everything was analog, so hiding a camera was kind of difficult. So these people had to basically strip their cameras down to the nuts and bolts and have all of these different parts in different bags carried by different people, and somehow sneak film in. I think one of the ways that they snuck film in was that they hid the film in their shoes, like in the heel of their shoes and stuff like that, and just to get the photos of during this horrible event. And James Woods played one of these photographers, and it's an amazing film, if incredibly graphic and distressing and triggering in some parts. I mean, it is rated 18 for a reason, but it's not an easy watch, but it is a fantastic film, but I have only watched it twice. Another one is a film called True Lies, and it's a film where James Woods plays a lawyer, I believe is a lawyer, might actually be a independent investigator, I can't quite remember, but one of the two, and that one's a good one too. And you know, sometimes some films that have James Woods in a very minor role are really good in themselves, in spite of him only being in it for a few minutes. There's another film, I believe it's called Cliffhanger, where he plays the villain in that movie, and that's where no, that's not the right movie. It's not Cliffhanger at all. I believe John Lithgow plays the villain in that movie. I'm thinking of another film altogether. Let me look that up real quick. That's going to bother me. Okay, while I'm waiting to figure out what the name of that film is, there's another film. It's called The Hard Way, and it's a film that has Michael J. Fox and James Woods, and basically it's about this gritty New York cop who was trying to capture this this murderer called the Party Crasher. This Party Crasher guy, he will go into nightclubs and just shoot people if he sees them like taking drugs or hiring for, I'm not going to say the word because I'll get demonetized, but like paying for services basically. Then this Party Crasher guy will just kill them. I mean, this was a murderer who would kill someone for cheating at chess. So it was that kind of extreme level. And so this cop was trying to capture this guy. And he was taken off the case because an actor wanted to research playing a cop in a movie. And so he basically had to follow the cop around and learn his beat and stuff like that. But because he had this actor following him, he couldn't be on the case of chasing after the Party Crasher anymore. And it's a comedy action film, and it's hilarious. It's really funny, but it has a dark streak to it, which I wish was more in your face, but they played up the comedy more. It's kind of like a buddy comedy or a frenemy kind of comedy, because these two people, the character that Michael J. Fox plays, rather, Nick Lang, is completely besotted with John, the cop character. He thinks he's the best thing ever, but not as a person, but as a source of inspiration. So he copies everything that this guy does. Like his mannerisms, the way he talks, the way he reacts, everything. So the cop, over time, he's getting angrier and angrier and angrier that he's got this guy following him around, and he's copying everything he does and asking really stupid questions, like really getting under his skin. And like there's one point where John absolutely loses it and just goes off on a monologue on how like being a cop isn't something he does, it's something he is. And the monologue that he does in that scene is one of James Woods' best performances ever. And yeah, it's amazing. I mean, Michael J. Fox was amazing in that film too, but I can't watch anything with Michael J. Fox in it without picturing Marty. Yeah. I'm trying to find that film. That's so frustrating. Let me look it up. Oh, Videodrome, of course. Fantastic movie. And Salvador. True Believer, Fast Walking, Ghost of Mississippi, Bestseller. I mean, there's quite a few of these I have not seen, so yeah. There's a movie that's literally just called Cop, which I haven't seen. Oh, I think it's Eyewitness. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. That would make sense, but I need to double check that. Immediate Family, that's good, and Vampires, of course. John Carpenter's Vampires, to be precise. That's a fantastic vampire movie if you want really cheesy, like, basically if the characters in The Matrix were vampires, that's basically what it is. That this movie was what spawned the vampires wandering around with the long leather coats and stuff. That's kind of where it started. That it was in John Carpenter's Vampires, and James Woods plays a vampire hunter, and it's fantastic. It is so stupid, but I love it because it's stupid. Is that a Mickey Mouse hat with the skull in the middle of the ears? It's the Mickey Mouse ears with the skull in the middle, yes, because it's Hades themed ears. Okay, so I need to flip this back and stop talking I need a drink. That's what I need. I feel like her eyes, she's not, oops, I've screwed up her eyes a little bit, so I need to fix that. Well, not really her eyes, but, oh, wrong tool. But this, there we go. Yeah, I've added flames on the ears already, because the Hades themed ears do have flame on them, but I mean the flame is, it's just like the see-through fabric, which is kind of naff, but other people have made Hades themed ears with flame looking a lot better, where it's more solid and it's sequenced, which looks so much better. No, you're not the only one that remembers James Woods playing Owlman. I mean, the list I said just now was like live action movies. I didn't even talk about his voiceover work. Oh, The Specialist. That's the one I was thinking of. Not Cliffhanger. The Specialist. Yes, that's the one. There's a lot in that, like, improv from James Woods in that was amazing. And some of it you can tell it was improv because extras react in a very unnatural, not unnatural, but like in a way that you would when you're not acting, you would react to that. Because you're not expecting something like that to happen. And I mean, it's like props that he messes around with. Like, there's one bit where he's at this party and he's handed some money for doing a job, or I can't remember exactly why, but he was handed money for doing a job, and he looks at the pile of money, and well, it's a handful of money, and he says, "I don't work for peanuts." And as a waitress is walking by, he says, see her, she works for peanuts, and throws the money on her tray with all the drinks and stuff. And just the way that she reacted, I'm like, was she expecting that to happen? I don't know. So, yeah, just little moments like that I like. Gareth Alford, thank you for your donation of £4.49. Can you imagine Hades animated saying, "Ooh, piece of candy"? I think that's been done. I can't remember who did it, but it wasn't exactly like Disney quality or anything. It was like, yeah. I remember seeing it somewhere. It's probably gone now, but I'm pretty sure that's, yeah. I can picture it, but it wouldn't make sense for his character. That Hades doesn't really strike me as someone that has a sweet tooth. I mean, this is a guy that his favourite snack is a bowl of living worms. Like, oh my god. I don't think he would eat candy somehow. And ambrosia gives him gas, so... My favourite movie of all time is literally Disney's Hercules. My favourite live action movie? Edward Scissorhands is probably my favourite live action movie ever, but it's not a movie that I can watch that often because it's very awkwardly emotional because it's very abstract in its message, but at the same time literal. Like, someone that is scared that he's going to break or hurt everyone around him not just because he has scissors for hands in the literal sense, but because anything he says or does is going to hurt someone somehow. And I'm like, it's so tragic that someone would just isolate themselves from humanity for that reason, because he's afraid he's going to hurt people, and it's so sad. And I did not watch that movie for the longest time because I thought it was a horror. But then I sat down and watched it, and I was like, oh, okay. So it's like a Frankenstein's monster kind of thing. So I appreciated for what it was. Another film I love, it's another Tim Burton film. It's a film called Big Eyes. It's one of Tim Burton's lesser known films, and sadly I don't have the DVD anymore because I took it on vacation with me one time and I accidentally left it where I was staying in the DVD player and never got it back. But I'll tell you more about it. I just need to make sure I've got the name right. But the movie is basically the life story of an artist named Margaret Keane, who she did paintings of children with their eyes enlarged, and it's usually children that were living in poverty or like you know. But basically what happened to her was that her husband took all the credit for the paintings, basically. It's a story from the 50s and 60s. Her paintings rather become world famous and highly successful, but it's Walter Keane takes all the credit in spite of the fact that he didn't paint a single thing. It was his wife. So it was technically, it's a case of fraud, a case of domestic abuse. No, not Anime Eyes. This was look up the artist Margaret Keane. I'll type it in the chat. No, I won't because I can't. Margaret Keane. This is my art nerd coming out now. Margaret. Is that how you spell Margaret? Yes, Margaret Keane. Because her work, she didn't actually. The story is insane. How long she put up with her husband taking all of the credit for her paintings. They were world famous for the paintings, and they became very rich, a very successful family. But this woman was really shy, really meek, and Walter Keane was a very big personality, very intimidating, and eventually she tries to make it public, but Walter Keane starts to not just mentally abuse her but physically abuse her. I won't give away what happens in the film. I don't know if this happened in real life or not, but it became that her life and her children's lives were in danger. It got to that point. It's an amazing movie, and it's based on a true story as well, which is even better. So yeah, that's another one of my favorite movies. Well, she definitely suffered. For her art. Another film that I recommend is a film called Loving Vincent. It's an Oscar-nominated animated film where every single frame is an actual oil painting. And it's a film, as the title implies, it's about Vincent van Gogh. Not Gogh, Gogh. That's how it's pronounced. He's Dutch. So it's not Gogh, it's Gogh. Anyway, I get really pissed off when people say Gogh instead of Gogh. Anyway, excuse my language. That is an amazing film, and it should have won the best Oscar for Best Animated Feature when it was nominated, but yeah, whatever. It's fine. It was also nominated the same year as Boss Baby was nominated for Best Animated Feature, which I'm still really angry about, as I mentioned in my video I think I mentioned it in my Oscars video that I did last week. Yeah. It's something that is just ridiculous. Oh, that, like, Big Eyes, it can be scary because it's based on a true story and there is abusive scenes in it, and that's probably why it didn't really get the popularity that most Tim Burton films do, because it wasn't like tragically romantic. It wasn't like, stylistically speaking, it's probably the least Tim Burton film that he's made, if that makes sense. It doesn't have the very obvious Tim Burton visuals, but it's more subtle. It's more subtly done, and I kind of like it when Tim Burton goes more subtle and less cartoony with his storytelling in movies. It's just personal preference, in spite of the fact that my favourite live action movie is Edward Scissorhands, but it's not as... It's... trying to word it right. Let's see. What is my music doing? That noise. It's like, that's not... I hate it when you put in instrumental into like electronic or techno stuff, but they've got some vocals mixed in there, but it's not even a proper vocal. It's just a sound that a real human has made that's mixed in, and I hate that. It snaps me out of whatever kind of mode I'm in, and don't know. Rango is a good film. Well, it's not that they never seen the movies, it's that the Oscars as an award show is not so much about celebrating the arts and sciences as it's supposed to be within the film industry. It's, to me now, it's far more about celebrating fame rather than achievement, and that's not right to me. Fame is not something... You shouldn't be famous for being famous. You should earn that fame. And no one is famous without achieving something, unless you're a Kardashian, of course. You're just famous for the sake of being famous. What are you famous for? Famous because your dad was rich? I don't know, whatever. Anyway, there's so many award shows that give the industry so much more respect and class than the Oscars do, which is a shame, because the Oscars, it used to be this high and classy and, you know, highly anticipated event for everyone in the industry. And if you got given an Oscar for your field of expertise, then that was something that you are proud of, because it's not just you, it's everyone that you worked with that helped them get to that point. Because, I mean, a good actor can still look bad if he's not lit properly, for instance, like by a cinematographer. He can screw up the performance doing it that way. A good director can still make a bad movie if he has crappy actors in his films. Or their films, I should say. Anything can have a bad element in it. And I just don't think, like, an Oscar-winning director, just because you win an Oscar doesn't mean you can do no wrong. But that's how it's painted. Like, once you win an Oscar, that's it. Now you're given all of the chances in the world to make whatever you want because you have an Oscar now. And all of the limitations you had before are lifted. Now you can literally do anything. And that is really dangerous, because creativity needs to have a limit. Without it, it has nothing to fight against. And, like, creativity is a battle. And if there's no walls to break through, then it just becomes boring. Screwed up that arm. Like, what the heck? I mean, I like watching the Golden Globes. I love watching the BAFTAs. And the Oscars, I used to love watching. Not now. Not just because of this year's, but just over time, they just got so repetitive. Every year is the same now, and I just don't like it. It's boring. Christopher Lee was a badass legend. Absolutely. Christopher Lee. I mean, wow. What a legacy. How many stories has he got to tell? I mean, he seems like the kind of guy that you can just, like, he'll sit in an armchair and you can just sit with him and he'll just tell you stories and you would never get bored. Ever. I don't think Will Smith getting banned from the Oscars for 10 years is ridiculous. I think it's something that needed to happen, but also, not that I want to hang on what happened at the Oscars in, related to him for too long, but it's not the worst thing that has happened at the Oscars. I mean, you've had naked people running across the stage. You've had Native Americans on stage be booed because they were not accepting an award on behalf of Marlon Brando because he wanted to protest how the movie industry were treating Native Americans and how they were depicting Native Americans in movies at that time. And, there's been far worse things than someone getting slapped in the face happen at the Oscars. There's so many things. And I mean, it's ridiculous that it happened, and in my opinion, what was said on stage shouldn't have been said. You never make fun of someone's illness, ever, 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 ever. It is never a joke. to me, you should never do that. That's not. They were going to get face consequences for saying things like that at some point, and it should have been dealt with in a much more mature way. But anyway, I'm going to change the subject because it's kind of a sore point. So, yeah, that's it. I'm not going to say anymore. The John Wayne thing, yes. For those that don't know, apparently, after the whole Marlon Brando refusing to accept an Oscar and having a Native American woman go on stage in his place, for what she said, apparently John Wayne wanted or tried to assault her. But I don't know. I haven't read up enough on to really figure out if this is how far it went. I have no clue. Well, people, you're saying Chris should have been back. No. In my mind, although what Chris did was wrong, he could have retaliated. He could have slapped back. He could have done far more. He didn't really retaliate all that much. So in my mind, he handled that situation the best as he possibly could. Okay, yes, he shouldn't have said what he said, but he could have reacted, but instead he kept his cool and just carried on as best as he could with what he was supposed to be doing, which was presenting an Oscar for the best documentary, I think it was. I can't believe we're still talking about this after almost, 2 weeks. Things that happened at this year's Oscars which should be highlighted more. The first deaf actor in 35 years won an Oscar. First deaf actor to be nominated for Best Supporting Actor is also a first. The first supporting actress the first black queer actress won an Oscar. That's a first. The first, if I'm getting this right, if I'm getting this wrong even, forgive me, I believe the first female producer for an animated movie also won an Oscar. I could be wrong about that. I'm getting my terminologies wrong, but there's a lot of firsts that are being overshadowed by what happened. So, also, can I just point out when, oh lordy, I've forgotten her name already, but when the Best Film Academy Award was being presented, and it was by the actress that was in, my mind is drawing a blank, that's terrible. It will come back to me later. Let's just get on with this. Someone brought up the slap, so we're talking about it, and I'm trying to move on from it. think that's the best I'm going to get with that arm. It's just so not going to turn out right. Whatever I do, it's going to look weird, but I'll try and fix it. Thoughts about the new Pony Live G5 Tell Your Tale series on YouTube. I literally made a video about that. Well, the video is called Why MLP is Relevant Again, and I talked about the Tell Your Tale series in that video. I didn't go into specifics too much because I didn't really think there was all that much to write about, so yeah. You do know that not all movies are made in Hollywood, right? You do know that, right? Okay, let's see. I think we need to stop for something to eat soon. I haven't had anything to eat since about 1:30, and it's now 7:15 EST, so I'm going to stop for some food. It's a drawing of Maddy at theme park, it's not a drawing of me. Let's segregate the character from the person. But yeah, I'm basically drawing what I think Maddy would wear if she went to Disney World. Eric Idle did the voice of Parentheses in the Disney Hercules series. Yes, he's done a lot of voiceover work. That's probably my favourite character he's played in voiceover. Alright, I'm gonna stop for food and I'll be back whenever I'm done having food, I guess. Alright. See you shortly. Alright, we are back. So we're going to focus on fixing up the text on her shirt. See the progress in drawing something like this, as simple as the idea was, it's taking me a while to figure it out. Okay, so to continue the topic on tips for drawing an anthropomorphic bear, if you're illustrating your own book, then you're going to have full control over what you want this character to look like, which is awesome. What I'm going to suggest is most people in this chat will probably know who this is I'm about to talk about. If you look up the work by Aaron Blaise, people will know who that is, I'm sure. If you're an animation nerd, you will know who Aaron Blaise is, and if you don't, look him up. And you'll be like, oh, that guy. Yeah. He was the co-director on Disney's Brother Bear. He worked on Aladdin, Beauty and the Beast, The Lion King. Mainly in Aladdin, he designed Raja, and he was the head character animator for Cub Nala in The Lion King, and was one of the people that animated and designed the Beast in Beauty and the Beast. So it's let me bring up the stream again. I closed the stream for some reason. Why did I do that? That was dumb. Okay, so Aaron, please. There you go. And he runs his own business now, his own art school called artteacher.com. I've done a few of his art courses, they're fantastic, but if you just want to look up some of his work, he does realistic stuff as well as more cartoony stuff. His bear paintings are incredible, and I highly recommend you looking them up. If you're going for more of a smuggler pirate character, then I suggest you need to look at smugglers and pirate characters, or look at, and I don't mean look up art, I mean look up like real photos of people in pirate outfits, maybe from movies if you want, or you can look up illustrations of pirates as well to get an idea, because I'm not kind of sure what tone you're going for, if you're going for something that's more child friendly or if you're going for something more gritty. Because when you say like anthropomorphic bear, I'm like, well, any anthropomorphic doesn't necessarily just mean a bear that walks on two legs and talks. An anthropomorphic personification refers to anything that has been imbued with human characteristics. So, I mean, that is quite a wide breadth of possibilities right there. So that's why I kind of needed some more context on what you're actually aiming for. Reference material, having enough reference material, but also knowing how to use that reference material. So, like, if you're wanting to design a bear character that's a pirate, then you need to know how to draw a bear first before making it into a pirate. That's why I'm telling you to look up the anatomy of real bears, learn how they're built, so then you can simplify that down to like the cartoony version of it. And it also depends on what species of bear you're drawing. Is he a grizzly bear? Is he a sloth bear? A black bear? Like, what kind of bear is the character? Like you mentioned, Little John, he's a grizzly, whereas Baloo is, I believe Baloo is a black bear. Supposed to be. I could be wrong about that. I need to look that up. He might be a sloth bear. Yeah. I think he's a black bear. Yeah. Okay. Now we're done with the text, so I need to bring up the reference for the shirt again because I think there's some details on the sleeves I'm forgetting. So let me see. Yes, there is. Yeah, I thought he was an Asian black, but then I'm like, the sloth bear is probably more fitting to his personality, so yeah. I know that in the live action Andy Serkis version he was a black bear, if memory serves. So, yeah. Which in my opinion is way better than the live action Disney version. In older films based on the Jungle Book he was just, yeah, he was black as well, I think. This here is really annoying me, so I need to fix this. That arm is just not, I think the elbow needs to come down here. Joey, is this... Correct me if I'm wrong, is this the first time you're going to BabsCon? Am I excited for the Buzz Lightyear movie? Not really. I'm not all that bothered about it, if I'm perfectly honest. Okay. So it's just like travel jitters that always hit right when you're packing, because then that's the moment it becomes real before you actually leave. So yeah, the jitters are absolutely understandable. Take it from someone that has traveled to the other side of the planet on their own 3 times. Well, 4 times actually. So, I mean, you know, you're hopping from one state to the other. I'm assuming you're traveling on your own or flying on your own. Well, in my opinion, I find it a lot easier to travel on my own, because then if anything does go wrong, I only have to worry about me. I only have to worry about myself. I know that sounds really selfish, but it's true. Did I know that McDonald's had Hercules plates? Yes. I have some Hercules McDonald's toys in my collection at home. Back home in Scotland, I still have them somewhere. I don't have any of the plates, but I would like some. But they're quite difficult to get a hold of. I wouldn't know what BabsCon is like, I've never been. Oh, well. Okay. Well, if you're traveling with a friend, then that makes things a lot better, because then you've got someone with you if anything does go wrong. So, you know, keep you calm, etc. Keep you entertained if you have to wait a while for whatever reason. I mean, like, I don't think, this is going to sound awful, but I don't think there's such a thing as a stress-free travel experience. Something always happens. Might it be minor or extreme, something always happens. But it's not to expect something bad to happen, it's to be prepared for something to happen so that when it does, you know what to do. So, yeah. That is awful advice, I'm sorry, but oh my gosh, I'm terrible. Okay, so how are you looking now? the arm is way too skinny. Okay. And stylistically speaking, I liked the shape of it, but it was way too skinny. And this part was way too short, so we fix that. Yeah, it's a little bit better, it's not. Have I ever been to Norway? No, I've never been to Norway. My favorite song from Hercules is I Won't Say I'm in Love. That is by far the best song of the movie, with Star is Born a very close second. Talking about BabsCon again, I'm just sorry that I'm not going to be there. I was hoping to, but not this year. Not next year either. As I'll be back in Scotland during April for my wedding blessing. So I won't be there. Have you ever said your favorite episode from the Hercules TV show Disney did? I haven't said it in the stream, but if you mean have I talked about it, then the answer is yes. My favorite episode tends to switch between Hercules and the Dream Date and Hercules and the Underworld Takeover. In the video I made about those episodes, I loved Dream Date because it has the highest level of quality animation in regards to its fluidity, comparing it to other episodes. It was done by a different animation studio, so the animation was way higher quality, much smoother than other episodes. Underworld Takeover because it's an episode where Hercules has to basically save Hades from a takeover attempt. But it's also because it's the first time that we see the vulnerable side of Hades as a character. We don't really see that in the movie, and I liked taking a moment to see that this character, who's usually so self-absorbed and confident in who he is and what he is, suddenly gets stripped away of all of that confidence. Not suddenly, but gradually, and then just be so self-deprecating, and just it was I like seeing episodes or moments in a show where the dynamic between the hero and the villain is challenged or even changed. There's just something strangely fascinating about those kind of moments where a villain and a hero has to work together for the common cause, or a hero has to save their usual villain from a worse villain, and that's what happens in that episode. Like, Hecate is a worse villain. She's far more evil in her ambition, that with Hades' ambition is to take over Mount Olympus. He wants to rule the cosmos. That's what he wants to do. Whereas Hecate wants to rule the underworld to the point where she wants to kill all mortals on Earth. And Hades doesn't want to do that. So, in my mind and in the logic of the show, it's even stated by Panic that Hecate is worse than Hades. So, yeah, that's one of my favourite episodes. Anyway, if not my favourite episode. And it has some really funny moments with sheep. Because Hercules has to look after all these sheep while infiltrating Tartarus. So that's pretty funny. Who would you want to narrate your favourite movie? Morgan Freeman or Doc? Now that's not a fair question. No, I'm not going to choose. That's not fair. A complete stranger who I happen to know through parasocial means, or a friend who I initially knew through parasocial means and then became friends. Who do I pick? I'm gonna pick the friend. Of course I'm gonna pick the friend. Okay, I'm slowly building up the... Very slowly here. It's coming together, as they say. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Excuse me. Well, those episodes build more of our character study. A sudden and drastic change in the status quo lends plenty of room to explore other aspects of characters. Yeah, and it's excuse me. I've said before that not taking the live action movies into account, other than Yzma, Hades is the Disney villain that has had the most character development. And I say other than Yzma because she's in 2 movies and in an animated series as well. Jafar is only in 2 movies. He doesn't feature in the Aladdin series. Ursula I think she's only in 3 episodes of the Little Mermaid series. And even then, it's very brief. Whereas Hades, he's in the movie, he's in the TV series, he's in House of Mouse, Kingdom Hearts. He has a live action depiction of him in... oh my lord, I've forgotten the Descendants. That's it. And... you know, there's also the Twisted Tales series as well. Most, if not all of the, well, not all of them, but like Lady Tremaine from Cinderella, the Queen from Snow White, Ursula, Jafar, and Hades, and Gaston as well, I think. all have a Twisted Tale book that they're featured in. So when you do the math, not literal math, but like, it seems that there's more content for Hades than any other Disney villain. So that's kind of interesting. I don't count Once Upon a Time. That was a terrible adaptation. I don't count that. Yes, I read books. Yes, of course I do. The book that I'm reading at the moment is oh my god, I've forgotten the name of it already. That's terrible. My brain, I just like information, retaining information. Every tool's a hammer. Life is what you make it. It's a book by Adam Savage. I think I'm on chapter 7. It's really good. There's another book I'm reading. No. Amanda Palmer. The Art of Asking by Amanda Palmer is another one. I mean, like, Hercules is the least lucrative in regards to the money it made, but also Hercules as a character is incredibly boring. And he's, like, his entire personality evolves around becoming a hero, and he doesn't have any other interests other than that. And apart from in the episode in the series called The First Doctor, where he found working in the medical career, he found that fascinating, and I'm like, ooh, are you actually interested in, like, biology and all of this kind of stuff? Are you actually going to show a bit more of a nerdy side, that you're actually really into science, or at least the infancy of science as it was when you know, literal First Doctor story. Hercules is basically Disney's Superman. Yes. Basically, yes. But I mean, the episode The First Doctor is actually another one of my personal favourites. I started talking about it when we first went live, and it's a special episode because it has on-screen deaths and on-screen murder, and I'm like, this is Disney, and they just killed a character on screen, like literal murder. Like, you actually see him take his last breath. That it's incredibly dark. So, but still played up, like, it's as dark as it can get for a Disney show. I mean, they've done far darker things, but yeah, just insane what they managed to get away with doing. They would never be able to do something like that nowadays. Yeah, like, there was a part in the episode where Hades kills a guy with a plague. He has a speck of plague and in his hand, and he blows it into the character's face, and then the guy dies. And I'm just like, oh, okay, this... I forget that you're evil. Okay. Jeez. I've gone for a really small brush size for this, but it's working. It's getting there. One episode he wanted to work part-time in the library. He asked parentheses to work part-time in the library right at the end of that episode. So I don't really count that as showing that he was interested. It was more like they could have spent more time on it. But in the first Doctor, he was interested in what Hippocrates was doing right from the start of the episode. Whereas in the episode where that you're talking about, he didn't really show interest in working in the library until the end. So it took a lot of convincing. Like that. It's a bit too... I think the skull should actually be that, not square. This is, I'm currently using Photoshop. I also have Clip Art Studio. I do prefer to use Photoshop. Although it's a program that's not really made for illustration like this, I find that you have far more control over the interface than you do with other programs that are actually built for this kind of thing. This is all opinionated, is that the right term? Yeah. Ah, that's what I'm going for. Ah, I haven't done the text. Ah, okay. Isn't Great Mouse Detective or Basil of Baker Street, isn't that a book series anyway? I mean, the movie ended like there was going to be more stories, so yeah, I agree with you there. It could work as a series. I'd watch it. I'll be interested to know what they would do with it. Like, would they make it a prequel? Would it be the story about the girl or woman, sorry, that appears at the end? Would it be her story? What would it be about? We don't know. Would they go back in time and explain how Basil and Ratigan met? That would be cool. Who would they get to voice Ratigan though? That's the good question. I mean, he was voiced by the irreplaceable Vincent Price, so I don't know who could do it. I'm being distracted by Twitter. Let's get back to streaming, shall we? Pay attention, women. Okay. I'm still not happy with the arm where her drink is, but I think I can live with it for now. Hey, let's get going with the actual line work now, shall we? There's a lot of like going over and over and over works like this that it just takes me so long to get to a point where I'm happy with it. And I'm still not happy with it. Like close to happy, like I'm at the point where I'm like the image that I had in my mind, this is as close as I'm going to get to it at this point. And considering I've never drawn Maddy wearing Mickey Mouse ears before, and I've never drawn Mickey Mouse ears before either, I'm like, okay, that's different. Ah, shoot. There, okay. Does it feel like a study in a way? Every time I draw anything feels like a study. Because I'm always learning something new or having to research something and really just focus in on details that shouldn't really matter, but if I want to get them right, I need to take my time to do it, and I'm not the most patient of people, so sometimes I'll just be like, hey, I'll just draw it this way, hey, that'll do for now, and then think, next time I draw something on this theme, I'll do a better job. And I think for me, that's the best way to work, because I don't think I would get anything done otherwise. Or rather, I wouldn't post anything online or let anyone else see it, so, yeah. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, never mind. Here's a question for you guys. Should I use the shape tool to draw the Mickey Mouse circles? The reason I'm asking that is because traditionally speaking, when you draw Mickey Mouse, the ears are always the same size consistently, regardless of what angle he's at, and I want to follow that same rule here. And I've gotten the shape close, but I'm wondering if I can use the circle tool to get it a bit more precise. I hate using the shape tool, but since I have an audience, I can get feedback on that. So what do you guys think? Should I do it or not? I mean, earlier I did say that, you know, hand drawing something, there's an element there of charm that, or deliberate imperfection, which I'm like, what should I do? Another reason why it takes me so long to draw anything, I get hung up on questions like that. Am I breaking some sort of law or rule I've set myself in order to do a certain thing? Check the size. Okay, no fill. I said no fill. No fill, please. Strokes black. Yes, fine. There is exceptions to every rule, and I think that's, yeah, this is one of them. I agree with that statement. I just don't like contradicting myself, especially in front of people. There may not be a lot of you here, but you all matter, and I want to make sure that I'm not, for want of a better phrase, bullshitting my way through a live stream. Pardon my language. So rasterize and group as well. Ah, you know what? Screw it. Let's just merge them together. Why not? Merge. Okay. So what I need to do next is just erase where the circle, you wouldn't see the line. So let's do that. The bow is in front of the circle here. And where this hair is as well. Yes, I did see that episode. I mean, I've made videos about the Hercules TV series, and I talked about that episode, so yes. I swear there's something wrong with the YouTube algorithm when people don't know I've made these videos. But yeah, you can look it up on my channel. I've made several videos on I've made like 3 Hercules related videos, I think. Okay. Save your work, kids. I've totally been saving my work as I've been going on. That totally wasn't the first time I've saved my work. No. What are you talking? Yeah, I just saved my work. Shut up. Leave me alone. Ooh, that's not a good flow through. Nah. It's as good as it's gonna get, I guess. You know what? I'm going to add a thing. I'm not adding a thing to the piece of art. I'm adding a thing to OBS. Hopefully I still have it. Let me see. Did. Oh, what? Oh, it's not on this computer. Okay. Okay, I think I know where I can find it. I can find it. It's fine. It's all good. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I'm looking for. I'm looking up something on my Discord server, hoping that I can find it on here, because it's not on this computer. I've got it on DeviantArt, but it's watermarked, so I can't really use it. I do not go blah blah blah. Ah. Okay, maybe I can just scroll up and find it that way. This'll take longer, but I'll find it. Yes, I found it! Hooray! Okay. Open original. Okay, save. You're not gonna save as a PNG, are you? Or you are, but you're gonna have a white background. Okay. Kinda defeats the purpose, but no. You can't see what I'm doing because it's on a different monitor, but you will see what I'm doing in a moment. In fact, you'll see it now because I'm adding it to OBS. And it's a thing that will remind me to save. Have you saved? Oh, it is. Okay. Have you saved? Where should she go? Like, right here. Have you saved? I'm so happy I found that. I'm annoyed that it's not, like, the actual PSD file is not on this computer, but that should be a sticker. Why have I not made that a sticker? Okay. We will make it into a sticker at some point. Oh. Why? Okay. So now every time I look at monitor 1, I can see Mary Sue silently judging me.
Have you saved yet?
No, because then it would be a constant thing that people would use. I don't like streaming on Twitch. I just don't. Twitch is for gaming. It's not for art. I know people stream art on there and other things, but I'm just, no. I will stick with YouTube. YouTube works for me. Ah, glad to have you back. Thank you for the support. Oh, here's a question I should have asked. What does everyone think of the new logo and backgrounds, huh? The logo is now blue. It used to be green and now it's blue. Those of you that support me on Patreon would have seen all of this before it was changed. So yeah, the new background and stuff will be used in future videos. But I want to see if I can make the sparkles move around first. Which I was planning on doing yesterday, but I didn't get around to it. Yeah, the Alicorn OC video is the most popular video on my channel. It has more than 1 million views. And I'm amazed that people still comment on that and still talk about it. It's crazy. That video was made in 2013. We need sparkles on, sparkles off again. No, you don't. It's there. Just, oh, you want a more updated version of it? I thought about for the longest time, like, taking my old videos and, like, putting new assets in it, like, just using the audio and just changing the assets, but I'm like, isn't that a little redundant? Because it's old stuff that's already up there. You're just putting a new skin on it. Ah, what happened there? That's kind of wobbly. What's Sparkle Dog Personas? What's that? Let's pretend I don't know what that is. A retrospective on my old content. I did think about something like that the other day, like watch old content. Not necessarily like make a video and talk about my old content, but watch the old content and see. Oh my gosh, why? See what's changed, what I need to improve on, what I have improved on, and what I have lost that people miss. And if I miss it as well. That doesn't look right. Why doesn't that look right? Sparkle Dog personas are the many series of personas. Basically, overly colourful, sparkly, hard to look at neon animals. Oh, okay. Curry from Yakuza. I don't know what Yakuza is. One sec. Okay, looking it up didn't really help me. Is Yakuza an anime or is it a game series? Ugh. Oh dear. I'm yawning. That's not a good sign. Am I going to be able to get this done? Or... 9 o'clock. No wonder I'm tired. Okay. Oh, okay. Not really something I'd be interested in any then. I'm not really much of a gamer, and I don't like anime games. Like, it's just not really something I've been interested in. Well, there's either this expression, Frost, or I can make it more, like, disinterested, like, her eyes are down, like, not really looking all that impressed. I like this expression, but I want to see what it would look like. You know what, I'm going to do it really quickly, like in a new layer over the top, so I can switch between the two expressions. So let me just do this real quick. Maddy's gonna be like nightmare fuel levels of expressionless. So, oops. So she can either look like this. Or the original. Which one do you prefer? The original expression shown on screen now, where she's kind of looking up like she's waiting on something, or the disinterested expression? You guys let me know which one you prefer. No one's telling me which expression they prefer. I'm sad. She's been through the entire theme park and now she's just bored. That's what she looks like. Was that... You like the first one? Yeah, I think I prefer the first one too, if I'm perfectly honest. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It's not important. Oh, okay. Well, if you want to... Alright, let me show you. So, I added a new expression. Like... Oh, wait. Wrong layer. That's the original, right there. Oh, and she's just looking up. And then I changed the eyes so that the eyelids are down and the eyes are a little bit off center. Like she's just disinterested. I mean, that to me is more Maddy, but that expression right there asks more questions. So they both have their pros and cons. So I'll stick with the original for now. I mean, I can post both versions online and see what people prefer. It would, wouldn't it? I would love to go to Disney and make a review video, or at least a vlog for my experience, and I would use this image for the thumbnail. Alas, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Jenny Nicholson, I don't know who that is. Or like, it could be like she's in Disneyland and she's just wandering around with her soda, sipping away, and then like, where is it? Oh my god. Then she sees the haunted mansion. She's like, ooh, that's what I'm here to see. I've never watched Friendship is Witchcraft. Now you need Mary all tricked out in Disney merch, all starry-eyed and begging to go on every ride. Yes. In fact, I could draw, like, an image of them both together, right? Where is it? Oh my god, I keep losing it. And Mary is on the side so that the arrow that's pointing I'm with the dead guy is pointing at Mary. That would be funny. I'm with the dead guy. Okay, so there's some errors that I've spotted on this sleeve right here. I mean, I watch some YouTube channels where they, you know, they talk about the history of the theme parks and amusement parks and stuff, like TPM vids, Fast Pass Facts. There's a few others that I watch that I can't remember the name of right now. So, yeah. It's a Dusty! Hey, aren't you getting ready for BabsCon, dude? Alright, here's a question for you, Dusty, that I've asked people in the stream already, but I want your opinion. If I find the right layer. Naming your layers? Who does that? Okay, so this expression right now of Maddy, like, she's looking a bit disinterested, she's just kind of not really, you know, she's looking a bit bored, but then if I hide this layer, this is the original expression I had, where she's kind of looking kind of upwards in wonderment, and I'm trying to think which version should I go with, and I'm noticing more errors on that cup as I'm talking, but I really don't care. Well, I do care, but do I have the energy to fix it? Yes. Yes, I do. I'm going to fix it because I've spotted it and it needs to be fixed. This line. What is this line? That doesn't make sense. Get rid of this. I saw what you did with buying all those comics and then donating them to the charity auction for BabsCon, Dusty. That was really generous of you. I'm saying this hoping that he's still here. Oh, yeah, that's more like it. This... I need to fix that. No, I don't name my layers. I just don't. I started naming my layers in Sony Vegas. I don't do it in Photoshop. I should, but I'm not going to. Because I'm going to end up merging most of the visible layers together anyway, so what's the point? Line work. That line shouldn't be there. The face on the cup, and the reference for the cup, it has Hercules in profile. But I'm like, do I want it to be Hercules on there? Should it be something else? I feel like, I don't know. Name my layers after Shrek characters. Oh yeah, because onions have layers and Photoshop has layers. You're funny! You're gonna lose your mod privileges in a minute. I swear. Have I saved? Saving! Ah. There. I know it would make things easier, but it wouldn't be entertaining for you guys if I did that. That would be boring. So I'd rather be stupid and not name my layers and then fumble about even between my layers. That's what I'm going to do. I'm sticking with it. You know what? Let's just put that up there. There. Now it's at the top, so it's easier to find, okay? Dusty, if you're still here, I miss you. We should talk more. Okay. I won't see you at BabsCon, and I won't see you at next year's BabsCon either. So I'm sad. I don't know when I'll get to see you again. So, there. Whatever. Meh. Sad. Okay. I think we can color this now. Where's my mouse? There it is. Okay. Face caterpillar. Frost. Come on. We're not ready for color yet. That was terrible. I swear I can draw. I swear I can. Oh, lordy. Let's try that again, shall we? That's better. Ah! I'm gonna go with that expression. It's just more me. It's more pleasing to me. Sorry to disappoint people that think otherwise, but I'm going to go with my gut here. Aw. It's Hercules. Oh, okay. I need to. This is a fun case of just drawing a character not in their usual outfit. Ah, wrong layer. Oh my gosh. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Have I saved? Yes, I've saved. I have now saved. Also, I didn't increase the... I didn't modify the selection. Never mind. It's fine, we can just fill it in by hand. I know I'm not saying much and I do apologise, I'm just kind of in concentration mode. I really want to get the colours of this shirt right. How's she looking so far? It's looking okay. Looking not bad. Tell me. Tell me what you think. Talk to me, people. I know you're there. Talk to me. What is life? What is love? Peanut butter and marshmallow sandwich with chips. Alright, well, don't knock it till you've tried it, I suppose, but I don't like peanut butter, so, yeah. I'm getting tired and I don't want to get tired. I want to get this done. I always get the flat colour done. don't want it to be black though. I want, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Avalug, I don't know what that is, but fair enough. Oh, it's a Pokemon. Okay. I don't really keep up with Pokemon anymore. I think I should lower the expand pixel from 5 to 3 because I'm still ending up with gaps here. It's definitely speeding up my coloring process when I'm doing the flat color instead of doing it by hand, but I still miss doing it by hand. There's just something very satisfying about just doing it yourself instead of using the fill tool. You have dark chocolate. Well, share with the rest of the classen. How dare you tell me you have dark chocolate truffle and then not share it? I'm going to change that to 3. And I'm not using the fill tool this time because this doesn't have all of... I'm on the wrong layer. Doesn't have just the hair selected, so like here, so I'm just going to be quite careful there, she says, and then instantly screws up. I'm sticking with 5. I don't want to stick with 5, but if I go any lower, I get gaps. So, yeah, it's not going to work. I'm going to do the fringe by hand. I'm not going to select and fill and all that. I'm going to do it by hand because there's just too many little bits in there. It's probably going to be easier in the long run anyway. Is that a Star Wars quote by any chance? Don't rub it in my face, Frost. If you have chocolate truffle, don't tell people about it. Because now I want chocolate truffle and I don't have any. Although I do have lots of chocolate in the fridge. So I could have some. But it's not truffle. So we're not fair. I am a Trekkie. Well, I can't, like, just because I'm a fan of Star Trek, I can't also be a fan of Star Wars. I mean, I'm a bigger Trekkie fan than, I'm a big blah, blah, blah. I prefer Star Trek to Star Wars, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to completely ignore Star Wars' existence. You can like both, you know. You're messing with me in my live stream? Well, how dare you? How very dare you? Oh, now you're throwing it at me? You literally? You think you know a guy? to me. Okay, that somehow makes it okay. I'm supposed to catch it. Well, if you're gonna throw it at me, I'm probably going to end up wearing it, not catching it. Moving on. And that's why I don't use the fill tool that much. My line work sucks. Do I know who Alan... No, I don't know who that is. I am so out of touch, it's not even funny. You got milkshake? I don't like milkshake, so you can have it. I'm determined to get this done before I end the stream. However long it takes. I don't like milkshake. It doesn't matter what flavor. I don't like it. It's gross. Ah, screw it. Let's just do it by hand. Instead of having to find all the bits with the selection tool, let's just do it by hand. Not the best way to do it, but shrug. I tried watching JoJo's and I didn't get into it. My god, I'm sounding like a total miserable person. Every time someone asks me, have you seen this? And I'm like, yeah, I didn't like it. I'm like, good lordy, what is wrong with me? I've turned into a grumpy old man. Back in my day, we watched real shows. Like, I Love Lucy, or something stupid like that. I don't know. I Love Lucy is actually awesome. Anyway, I am into anime. There are just certain animes I don't like. JoJo's one of them. I just did not get into it. I like Fruits Basket. I like One Punch, Attack on Titan, Hellsing, Trinity Blood. Few others, but yeah, there's just some that I just don't like. And I mean, just because you're into anime doesn't mean you like all anime. Not really. I tried watching it and I just couldn't get into it. That's all I will say. That's all I have to say. I don't really have any analytical thoughts on it. If I don't like something, then I'm not going to write about it or sit and think, why didn't I like this? I'm just, no. I don't want to invest my time in something that I don't really take a liking to right away. I don't I can't really explain why. Maybe it was the visuals. I don't know. I really don't. Around High School Host Club. Never seen it. I mean, sometimes, like, if I watch something and I don't like it enough that I want to talk about it because it's annoyed me for whatever reason, I mean, I can see... I tried to get into it because I knew that it was popular and a lot of people I know like it, so maybe it was oversold to me. So when I tried to get into it, I just couldn't. I don't know. But sometimes just things just aren't for you, and JoJo was one of them. For me. I'm not saying it's a bad show, it's not that I don't like it, I just couldn't get into it. Too hyper, maybe? You could have used the select tool and expanded it, and then used the fill tool, but I just used the bucket tool because I'm an idiot. But would have ended up having to do this by hand anyway. So sometimes you're saving time doing it this way, but with smaller areas like this, I just prefer doing it by hand. I'm 35 years old, I don't have a bedtime. Okay, for these smaller areas I am because I'm just tired. I keep contradicting myself. Still goes over the line. Okay. Alright, we're almost done with the flat color. And then I'm gonna call it a day. I mean, I did start streaming kind of late in the day, so that would be why I'm kind of tired and not got as much of this done as I would have liked. I do enjoy reading. I do prefer to read non-fiction stuff than fiction. I was asked a similar question earlier, what books I was reading. Currently, I am reading Amanda Palmer, The Art of Asking, and Adam Savage, Every Tool's a Hammer. Really enjoying both. I like reading about people's philosophies on creativity, and Adam Savage is very philosophical in his approach, in spite of being a very hands-on creative. Whereas Amanda Palmer is much more theoretical, and I enjoy both approaches, so yeah, I like it. I like them as people, of what I've seen. So did I expand that selection already? I can't remember. No, I didn't. Okay. Let's see. Where is my music? Where are you? Whatever this is, it's terrible. Okay. Is there any books that you guys would like to recommend to me? Maybe that's a question I should ask. What books should I read that you think I would enjoy? Yes, please, we were talking about anime earlier, so yeah. What time is it for me? It's 10:05 EST. I mean, we were literally talking about JoJo, so yes, people here like anime. Let's see. No, wait, just do this. Keeping in mind that I do prefer to read non-fiction stuff. My favourite fiction book is The Time Traveler's Wife. That's a brilliant book. They adapted it into a movie, but the movie was okay, but it missed out a lot of stuff that was kind of important to the plot, or at least in character development anyway. So yeah, but it was okay. In regards to science fiction, I like Neil Gaiman. I like Terry Pratchett. Yeah. Garth Nix, which is fantasy, but he's done science fiction as well. Shade's Children is probably my favourite of his books. I've heard of that, Frost. I've heard of that. That's cool, Blaze Gottman, but we're kind of talking about books, so yeah. Anyway, first book of the series. Yeah, you're talking about Michael Scott. I've there was another series that I liked. What was it called? Shoot, I've forgotten what it's called now. Oh well. Brain is not working today. Well, you know, the old favourites like C.S. Lewis and Lewis Carroll and Tolkien, although I have to admit I don't think I actually finished reading Lord of the Rings. I think I had the set of 6 books. I know initially they were released as 3 books, but they re-released the stories in 6, and I think I only read the first 2. So I don't think I've even technically finished book 1. Well, they're not here, but I do have a few books based on the Alien franchise, a few novels, not comics, novels based on it. They are so good. Nightmare inducing, but really, really good horror books. So, yeah. Stephen King, of course. Fantastic. I think my favourite book of his is probably The Green Mile. I love that one. We're almost done. We only have, looks like one section. Wait, what is going on with her sleeve? Oh, nothing. I'm just going to colour in Herc's face here, and then the flat colour's done. Happy days. I've been live for a few hours, yeah. I tend to be really spontaneous when I live stream. I don't have a schedule, and I don't really announce, hey, I'm gonna go live in like a few hours or whatever. I'm like, hey, I'm in the mood for live streaming, I'm gonna do it, and then whoever turns up, turns up. So, yeah. Have I read any Star Trek books? You know, I would love to. I just don't know where to start. My late sister told me to read certain books, and I'm kicking myself for not remembering what books she told me to read. Yeah, I need to get into that, but I need to fix this colouring. The colouring is crap. So many gaps. I am Random Doodler. Well, I know I'm probably going to try to live stream next weekend. I know that's BabsCon, but I'm not going to be there, so I'm probably going to feel sad about not being there, so I'll probably do something for that. Save. Yeah, I did the thing that I was going to do, that I wanted to do, because I got this idea yesterday, and I'm like, I need to draw that, because the shirt, alright, it wasn't exactly this shape, but that's what it said on it in the episode, and I'm like, I need to draw Maddy wearing that shirt, because I want that shirt. Oh, hello. My keyboard keeps disconnecting and reconnecting itself. It's really annoying, and I don't know why it's doing that. The Twisted Tales series, by the way, it's very much more for like a teenage audience. It's very easy, simple read, but from the ones I've read anyway, they are really good. Especially the one about the beast. That one's good. Loved that one. We're not done with the flat color because I've decided I need to fix this bottom bit. It wasn't needed for context or anything. I was watching an episode of Disney's Hercules, the TV series, and there was an episode where, well, I talked about this earlier, but I'll just say it again, where Pain and Panic are giving Hades a business report, and they talk about the Tartarus gift shop, death and stuff, and Pain held up this shirt that said, "I'm with the dead guy." And I'm like, I need that shirt. So because I said I need that shirt, I had this idea, hey, I'll draw Maddy wearing the shirt because it's very unlikely that I could get this shirt in real life. So I'll do the next best thing and draw my character wearing it. So it's not needed for anything. I just wanted to do it because it was a fun, silly idea. And then I thought, hey, I'm going to live stream this because why not? Well, sometimes you don't really need... Like, something doesn't have a purpose, it's just there because it's funny, or it means something to you. So that's why I'm doing it. Kind of boring, I know, but yeah, that's why. I wish I could say, yes, this is for an upcoming project that's going to be amazing. No. I have so many projects in the pipeline that it's not really... funny. Too many. And don't have the energy to do it. Turns out, moving from one side of the planet to the other takes a lot out of you. There we go, that's more complete. Oh, she wants me to save. Okay. I save. And that's why I don't name my layers, because I end up merging them all together. I'll name them when they're done. That's a new rule. I'll name the layers when they're done. How's that? That's a good rule. I like that rule. I've done the flat color. The image itself isn't finished. I'm looking for that pixel. What? Almost done, she says, and I'm probably going to be here for another hour. Dreadful Tale of Prosper. Prosper Reading by Alexandra Bracken. Okay. What's that one about? Tell me more, good sir. I am intrigued. Oh, hello. Oh, that's good to know. I'm always worried that because I'm not saying much that people get bored and don't stick around. I mean, I know that's the case anyway because there's not a lot of people here, but I don't really do it for having lots of people anyway. I kind of prefer quieter streams myself. I mean, sometimes it would be nice. I would think it would be nice to have more people, but this is fine. I like it. Joey's still here, so all is right with the world. Ah. Well, I'm going to call that done. Because I'm done. I am sleepy. I want to game before I go to bed. And it's already 10:30, so I'm probably going to go to bed in about 2 hours maybe. So I want to wind down. So there we go. Dishes are done, dude. At least for now. Maybe we can do a Mary Sue themed Disneyland picture next time. Alright. Thanks for coming, guys. Thank you for those that made donations in the super chat. Thanks for hanging out with me. All that cool stuff. And reminding me to save. And having some really cool conversations. Like, the conversations we had today were fun. They were interesting. I mean, I felt like I was rambling a lot about nothing, but yeah. I was just able to just enjoy, like, embrace my inner fangirl. One of these days I will get to Disneyland or Disney World. One of these days I will. I just don't know when. But it'll happen. I just going to keep saying that. I don't think she'd dress up as an actual princess. I don't think it would be that case, but I'll think of something. I'm imagining it would be more like something like Mary Blair kind of style, like It's a Small World ride, like that kind of vibe. Well, I know that I've never been to a theme park. I've been to an amusement park, but it was small and not all that great. And it's not something that my fiance is really all that bothered doing, so I'm like, okay, that's fine. Different interests, that's fine. But it's something I've always wanted to do. So this is me kind of pitching it into an art piece. I am going to make that shirt myself. I want that shirt. I'm going to make it. I'm going to learn how to make shirts. Alright guys, thanks for watching. I'm Mad Munchkin, stay creative, and all that crap. I don't know. That was a terrible send-off. Thanks for watching, guys. Take care. Bye.